All right. So we last left off outside of Charms. So we have to do like a murder dungeon probably to get this spell. This is the last spell. I'm pretty sure it's the last spell that we're going to get. So we should be able to do a lot of the little like mini challenges around Hogwarts. So we'll probably do that after we get it and try to get everything. We still haven't found Neville's Remembrall, which I think he just said he lost on the grounds, and I haven't seen it, so...
teaching us Incendio this morning, Harry. Let's go in.
How do you know what he's teaching us, Ron? Yes, jam-packed ending of 2021. We got a lot of games to play. Can't wait to see what Twitch Miss will have in store for us. Yeah, I gotta start planning, honestly.
This lesson will most assuredly involve us in learning how to cast the appositely named Bluebell Flames. The proper incantation for this charm is Incendio.
I thought the Bluebell or the Blue Flame charm was not Incendio and it was something different.
This is the Incendio challenge. Mr. Potter, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, please.
Doesn't anybody else do anything in these classes? Also, why is Draco here? Do they usually have charms with the Slytherins? Because I don't think so.
Once you've managed to collect it, the Incendio charm will be yours. You must then return here to the classroom. Do you understand, Mr. Potter?
This isn't how magic works.
Very well then. Off you jolly well go.
The other children in the background look like Sims. All right, I need to turn this up a little bit for me. You guys have said the volume was fine, but it's a little low for me. All right. Yeah, welcome back, Mist. I hope you have fun. I know that this version isn't the T-posing version, but it's playable. So... it's got that going for it. You're still not over Calico? Oh, Calico. Charms was with Hufflepuff, I thought. I don't remember. Herbology was with Hufflepuff. Potions was with Slytherins. Defense Against the Dark Arts. I don't remember if it was with Slytherins or not. It might have been with Ravenclaw. I mean, I know in the movies they have it. I'm afraid to drop down here. Am I gonna die? Probably gonna hurt myself. Well. Yeah, I can't get that button. Yeet! Well, what did you want me to do? I looked. Hello? Excuse you. I need Expelliarmus. Eat it. Why are there killer gargoyles in these tests? I have questions about this curriculum. Nope. Oh, I missed that one. Here we go. It's better to just move if it's too far to the right or left, because you're probably not going to get there in time to be able to send it back at him. You know, the Gargoyles reboot isn't exactly what I was expecting. It's not what I thought it was gonna be. Can you die already? Very tedious fight. Even Ganondorf's fight wasn't this long. Good, he's dead. In the movies, they were pretty much always with Slytherin. They really were, and that's not accurate. I don't think they had Defense Against the Dark Arts with the Slytherins. But could be wrong, it's been a while. They had Care of Magical Creatures with the Slytherins. Okay. Oh, great. Evil turtles. Glacius. And Flitwick is a supporter of sacrificial rituals. Yeah, is that what's going on here? Oh, I really thought Harry was gonna grab on. He did not. He failed me. How dare you, Harry? Okay, so that's where we came out of. We have another gargoyle friend over here. Can't get through there. I'm assuming... Oh, you're not gonna... You're not even... Okay. Oh, why? Guys, I know that you loved that action-packed fight that we just had 2 seconds ago with the same enemy. Weren't you so excited to do it again? Except with a slightly worse camera angle. Okay, well, at least it didn't take as long. I was like, are you kidding me? Gargoyle hype. I didn't even remember that this spell was a thing in this game because it's just not really utilized. Okay, so that opened that. Excuse you, scary turtle. Tim. Yes, the hell turtles are back. You've heard of the Hell's Angels, but have you heard of Hell's Turtles? Wait, is there another one? I think that opened the one in the back. Okay. So there's another spot that... Ah. Guys. Are you ready for more gargoyles? I guess I could go down this way and stop just, like, breaking Harry's legs. Actually, I don't... Can I? Ugh. Can I? Can I open this? No, so I have to break my legs? What is this bullshit, Flitwick? Excuse me? There is no other way down. Fine. Oh, I gotta get Expelliarmus back. No. I'll do that. How original. At least this one is not very competent. Like, he can't fight back. Oh, God. God, the camera. Okay. Harry is very lost. There we go. Please go away, hell turtle. You know, Umbreons, that's one of life's unanswered questions. You just gotta accept it. That looks like death. So... Oh, I see. Can you Harry, could you turn? Thank you. No? Well. Oh, I can literally just walk over there. But then that's gonna set me on fire. Probably.
Got it! The Incendio spellbook.
Hooray, I can set things on fire. That's something that you should teach to a bunch of 12-year-olds. That seems like a good idea. All right. We did it. I knew it. Feeling very attacked. Really? Okay. Now we should be able to light all of these. Harry, please don't. Harry, you survived Voldemort. Please do not fall. I mean, speaking of the, why is there just a giant pit of death in this classroom obstacle course? How quickly do I have to do this? Okay. Why do you shoot blue fire and get red fire? It's one of life's unanswered questions, I think. Fine. Set me on fire. Are they just not...
Incendio!
Is this gonna last longer, or... I'm watching you.
Incendio! Incendio! Nintendo! Incendio!
There we go. Okay, so I did have to hold it down. You know what? That is very dangerous, Flitwick. I'm gonna write to the school. Dumbledore would not give a shit, though. I wonder how many parents have complained. Probably all the parents of the children who were petrified by the giant snake. I would imagine they would have some complaints. And speaking of that, did they even know? Because we don't have any evidence that Hermione's parents came to see her when she was petrified or knew about it. So did Dumbledore just not tell them? I have a lot of questions.
Incendio!
We don't have any evidence that Hermione's parents fucking exist. I mean, we saw them once. But fair point.
Incendio!
Well, that did nothing.
Incendio! Incendio!
You see them in, I'm pretty sure you see them very briefly in Diagon Alley. in like maybe book 2. Okay. I hope that... Oh, come on now, cheap. I'm really hoping that that isn't on a timer. Just in case, I'm gonna go push the button, because I trust nothing. Oh, the button's on the other side, okay. I don't even think I can get over there right now, though. So, I would assume it's not on a timer then. Hopefully. Yeah, you see that in the movie, but that's only referenced in the book. You don't actually see that scene. But you do see them in the book very briefly. Hermione's parents would have probably taken her out of school after the troll. That's a good point. She did almost get murdered by a troll. Like, do they have a teacher go and explain things to Muggle parents? That's like, okay, so like your child was almost disemboweled, but they weren't. This happens sometimes. I think they just kind of hope no one finds out. Probably. How do you want me to get over here? Weird. Okay, well, I guess we're platforming. Oh, ho, ho, Harry. I don't know if I can get up there, though. Well, we're gonna try. Nope. Well... That's really annoying, because it seems like he should be able to make that jump. Yeah, no place safer than Hogwarts. Okay, Hagrid. Hagrid, you're the reason that there are killer spiders in the forest. So... I don't think... we can listen to you. I'm just going back around to see. It's probably just going to put me back at the top and not where I want to be. Harry, what are you stuck on? Yeah, so we need to push those buttons. However, I don't know how to get over there. Oh, what if I... Can I put these out? I don't have any kind of water spell. Because that's what put these down. Nope. Yeah, so we don't want that. Can you not for 2 seconds? Yeah, get out of the way. That did nothing. This is called floating. Harry. Okay. Hmm. An incendio isn't gonna take this. Hmm. I wonder if it says anything in the book. Well, this does not tell me anything helpful. Harry, if you could stop just like leaping, that would be great. What if Hogwarts is the safest place and the rest of the wizarding world is just a crime-ridden post-apocalypse? I mean... These are all lit. Go away, fire crabs. Dude, I killed it. I've cracked the code. How do you like it, sucker? Eat it. Ha! I figured it out anyway. Okay, so that just blocks the button. What is that? How does that help me? I don't think it does. I mean, other than going over here to jump. I mean, maybe it does want me to platform, but... I just don't think he can reach. Yeah, he can't reach that. So... You just kill. Yeah, we're fighting fire with fire, exactly. What do you guys think, chat? What am I missing? Harry has now become the hunter. So I guess you can only flipendo them when their butt is facing you? Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. So they were originally raised, and I lowered them by lighting these, but I can't put the fire out. Because I thought, well, maybe if I, you know, just do the spell again, it would put fire out. It did not. I thought I tried Flipendo, did I not? Maybe I didn't. Nope. I can try lighting all of these. Maybe? I can't really think of anything else to do. That did nothing. Although these aren't lit anymore. Well, I think I had to light them to open up the door. Like each door. But I didn't know if maybe I lit them all at the same time. That would do something. Nope. That didn't do anything, did it? Oh, this one went out. Great. Okay. Well, I feel like at some point they were all lit at once. Flipendo these? Ah, there we go. Now we're talking. See, like, I wouldn't have thought that that would have that effect, but alright. Fair enough. It would make more sense to me to just put out the fire that... But, okay. It's fine. It works. Oh, and it's timed. How lovely. Love that for me. Alright, run, Harry, run! Run! Run right into the fire. Set yourself on fire repeatedly. Keep doing that. You'll eventually get there. This is gonna be super exciting. I can already tell. I'm gonna do... Oops. I'm gonna do this one first. Oh, jeez. Can you just... Thanks. What a dance that was, Harry. I think I'm supposed to, like, unlight one of them, then do this. This is a lot, Flitwick. Fine. Because then I have to do it again. I was really hoping to be able to just push both buttons at the same time. Which... No. I mean, I guess I could maybe if I jumped from this here. I don't know. It's kind of risky when it's on a timer like that, so I guess I will do it the intended way. Yeah, this is the right side. All right. It's interesting that it doesn't flip up before. Like, you have to do Incendio for... Okay. It's like, if you didn't hit... Come on, Harry. Man, if you were not athletic, you would absolutely fail a lot of these classes. I wish I could just muscle through it. Nope. I tried. I tried to cheese it. It did not work. Oh. What? Am I even? Okay. I don't know. Now we gotta switch these ones. Think. Yeah. Okay. All right. Meanwhile, classes ended like an hour ago. Harry, you... Of all the murder dungeons, I have to say this is my least favorite murder dungeon. If we were going to rank them, this one would be the lowest one, I think. How about you, chat? What was your favorite and least favorite murder dungeon? Finally. Yeah, Harry's gonna get back and the whole class is gonna be ended and Flitwick's gonna be like, I didn't think you would survive. I'm shocked. All this time, Flitwick was working for Voldemort. The one where you had to throw gnomes to their doom was pretty bad. Hate anything with time platforming. Yeah, same. It just ends up being tedious. 3 out of 10, no T-posed gargoyle.
Excellent, Potter. 40 house points to Gryffindor.
40 house points? Come on, that's not worth that. Do you know how much flesh was burned from my body?
Hey, Harry. Don't forget
Ron, I'm down here. What are you looking at?
Come on, let's go to the stadium.
Oh, Harry. He's like looking above my head. Also, you're gonna tell me that they have Quidditch matches the same day that they have classes? Because that doesn't make a lot of sense. Hey, Kilroy. You missed the murder dungeon. Oh, Tim. I just noticed your sub badge. So, Kat's been working on sub badges for us since affiliates get sub badges now. So we have one for 2 months, 9 months, and then the like oldest one now would be a year and a half, which is Shiny Sandile, which you guys can see in the chat because some of you have it. So I think if you've been sub for a year and a half or longer right now, you'll have Shiny Sandile. And then she's also working on ones up through, we have 5 years, and then in November it'll be 5.5, I believe. So she already did the line art for 2 years, and it looks really good. She did a really good job. Hi, Ginny. You're super sus. Sus, Ginny. I should set her on fire just to make sure. Blue Belly is a happy bean. Yes, it's Blue Belly. So, now that we have Incendio, I need to remember where to use Incendio. There were a couple treasure chests to get. I think there might have been one on McGonagall's phone. Maybe. Let's check. Well, let's start with the ground floor. And then we'll just work our way up. I know there's
Come on,
some...
Harry.
Go away,
Let's
Ron.
go to the Quidditch stadium.
I know there are some outside. So we'll do those before we go to the Quidditch match. Terrible at noticing things, but then it's pointed out to me. It's all I see. Yeah, I meant to say something before we started stream and I forgot. Alright, so was there one in here? Maybe. Ha! There was. I remembered. Myron Wagtail, lead singer of popular wizarding band The Weird Sisters. He looks like a composer. A classical composer. Luna, I hear you barking at the door. Please stop.
Oh, locked.
Oh. She's doing okay. I don't know if she was just like a little sick for
That's locked.
a couple days. She seems okay now. Eco called the vet and asked about it, and the vet didn't seem that concerned. And just basically said to keep an eye on her. So that's what we did, and she seems okay. She's just now barking. Can I set the Slytherins on fire? Oh, I can't go in there. I was like, hey, finally no guard, but I can't go in there. Bummer. Okay. Let's go. That's not suspicious. You fell down one step of the Louvre Museum stairs? Not that pain. Well, I'm glad that I'm glad that you're okay. Okay, so those are the stairs on this side. Whoop. Camera. These are rooms that you can't go in for some reason. I would also like to fill up my potion vials because we lost quite a bit from being set on fire so many times. I think I used both of them. At least one. Oh, that leads to the murder dungeon. Oh. Ah. Blenheim Stalk, expert on the non-magical and author of many books, including People Who Notice, a study of awareness of magic in the non-magical. Let me just rifle through this chest you have behind your desk. It's fine. She won't know. She absolutely will. It's McGonagall. She'll know. But she won't know it was me. I'll blame Ron. Like, yeah, it was real sus. Ron was snooping around. I told him not to, but he didn't listen. Yeah, there's no ghost to snitch on me. Okay. I can go... Oh, there's a few classrooms I can go in. Why not blame Draco? Because believe it or not, Ron is more annoying in this game than Draco. Middle of the day. I'm off to bed. Okay, Ron. Thank you for these sweets that you were holding in your armor.
Nintendo!
I think we got the other ones in here. I don't remember how many of the chests required Incendio. I think there was one in the secret passageway. Do you guys remember any of the other ones? There's one on the ground floor, the one in McGonagall's room, and then I think there was one in one of the passageways, which I need to go to anyway to fill up my potion vials. You know, once the stairs arrive. Hey, Ginny. What up? Why are you here? There was one next to the lake? There was? I don't remember that. I know there's a few, like... I know there's a few things to light that are outside. Oh, hello. Fill her up. I don't know if there were any chests outside. Just, like, by themselves. Alright, potion. Oh, is this it? Ha! A tapestry over an archway. No wonder no one else ever found it. My question is, who keeps putting the tapestry back? Because every time we come back, it is there. So I don't know. Montague Knightley, Wizard Chess Champion. He looks very sketchy. Well, camera, I didn't need that, but thanks. We have 93 beans. So once we get 100, we can get another vial, and I think that's the last one. There are a bunch of wizard cards, though. I'm just like, how many beans? How would you even get that many? Yeah, it's Filch. Damn kids. Filch would have to put it up by hand too because he can't do magic, so that would take him a long time. So I can see why he'd be annoyed that I keep I keep taking them down. Anything in here? Got that one. Can't go in that door. Can we go in any of these? I remember there was one room that was like pointless. Are you the pointless room? There's nothing in there. Yep, you're the pointless room. Again, why? Why does this exist? I think we're already in here. Yeah, we got that. Ah, there was another one in here, though. Nice. Celestina Warbeck, popular singing sorceress. I can't believe there are 101 cards. How? How are we missing that many? I think one room was created to link to GBA. That wouldn't make sense, though, because this is on PS2. Where could they be? This game isn't that big. I know that there are several in Fred and George's shop, but even still... Even still, there can't be... There's not that many. Definitely not. So...
Wattlebird.
The password didn't change this entire school year. She was Mrs. Weasley's favorite singer, Celestina Warbeck. Yeah, and I believe she also performs at Universal. I think they have, like, an actress sing as her.
Ginny's been behaving strangely of late. Keep an eye on her, will you, Harry? Ow! Ow! Harry!
I didn't do it. Okay. So we're also looking for a wizard's hat. Fell off during a broomstick ride to the Quidditch Stadium. Okay. So we're looking for Neville's Remembrall, a wizard's hat, and basically anywhere where we can use Incendio. Oh. Oh, there's the stairs. Could you imagine though if you weren't paying attention and you just fell? I wonder how many times kids have broken bones falling from these stairs. It's impossible to collect all the cards in the Game Boy Color version in one run. It had a New Game Plus feature that carried over your cards and levels. Interesting. I don't think this one does. I imagine you can get wizard cards from that gnome tossing minigame. But that still doesn't... That's not all of them that we're missing. Not even close.
Come on, Harry. Let's go to the Quidditch Stadium.
Where's Hermione? She's just already there? Gnome tossing? It's exactly what it sounds like. She really had been petrified this whole time. Yeah, speaking of, Hermione has not been petrified yet. Although that happens, I think, around the time of a Quidditch match, so could be
Do you
coming.
want to swap famous witches and wizards cards? I'll give you card number 23, Glenda Chittock, for number 27, Mirabella Plunkett. I don't have that card.
Oh, sucks for me. I will never have that card. Alright, time to fly. And use Incendio, I guess. Okay. Noom. Yeah, Harry didn't lose all the bones in his arm. I don't think he does in the game. Whoop. He's fine, don't worry about it. You get a card for beating the high scores in every mini game. The times in the broom ring racing. We mean Quidditch practice? Or flying practice? Okay, there's one down here, I remember.
Incendio!
Really hope that music doesn't give me copyright problems.
Incendio!
Magic. Yeah, Lockhart hasn't really been featured that much. Crispin Kronk, sent to Azkaban for continuing to keep sphinxes in his back garden, despite repeated warnings. Well then. Kronk. That's what it says. Why can I do this? This seems very silly. This seems also very dangerous for me, but you know what? This is what we're doing now. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, oh. I have hit the invisible wall. If I can just kind of Oh, there he goes! Wow, it teleported me all the way back here. It's fine. Nothing up here? That was a very generous reset to a potentially game crashing glitch. Yes, it was. Here we go. Here's one. That reminds me though, I should probably save. I don't want to do Flitwick's murder dungeon again. If you just stick to the story in the Game Boy Color version, you can probably beat it in 4 to 5 hours. If you go the completionist route, it takes closer to 10. Did you complete it, Umbreons?
Incendio! 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 Incendio!
Only once. Cyprian Udall. Only Quidditch referee ever to be killed during a match. The originator of the curse was never caught, but believed to have been a member of the crowd. Oh yeah, I think we got that card in the GameCube version. Still very dark. I think it's... Is it down here? Here we go. Bonk.
Incendio! Incendio!
We still are not even quite halfway there. Fulbert the Fearful, famous for being so cowardly he never ventured out of his house, died when a defensive charm backfired and the roof fell in. Again, very dark. Also, how famous for being cowardly? How is that something that someone's famous for? Played it way too much as a kid. Probably played it more than Pokemon Yellow, but not more than Pokemon Gold. Wow. That's high praise. Yeah, for some reason, I never had a Harry Potter for Game Boy. You'd think I would have, but didn't. Robert Ford is famous for that. Relatable. Okay, so wizard's hat. Do you think... I don't know. They said during a flight, so you would think it'd be like up here or something, but they also said to the Quidditch stadium, so is it close to the stadium? Is it on top of the stadium? Can I go on top of the stadium? Oh, doesn't like that. Much stuck. Nope, it does not want me to fly up there. Oh, I see something.
Brilliant.
Oh, there's the hat. Found it. Yay. Still have no idea where Neville's Remembrall is. He's still probably over by Hagrid's hut, just staring out at nothing. Won't let me fly too close to that building either. Yep, there's Neville. Neville.
Hello, Harry. I've forgotten where my Remembrall is. Can you help find it for me? If you find my Remembrall, can you bring it back here to me, please?
Neville. When I looked up the answer, it was still pretty vague. I think at this point you guys can probably tell me because I mean, we've been all over the place and I haven't seen it. And I assume none of you have seen it because I feel like you would have said something. Oh, I guess I was too close to the building. It wasn't letting me get back on the broom. It won't let me go that way either. Okay, fair enough. It said somewhere between the castle entrance and Hagrid's hut. Well, that's vague. And unhelpful. It's just on the ground somewhere. Somewhere between Hagrid's hut and the castle. Well... castle entrance. Like, they couldn't be more specific than that. Well, here's the entrance. And Hagrid's hut is over there. Wait, is that it right there? Well, I found it.
Brilliant.
Thanks, Umbreon. Did it. Neville. I found your Remember-all finally. Hey, Alpha. Yes, it is a very big Remember-all.
You found my Remember-all. Thanks, Harry. I think there's someone over by the flying courtyard could do with your help too.
Now what? I was just there. Well, not quite there, but almost. Look out! I'm famous. Madam Hooch, was it you that needed assistance? Hello! Special delivery.
Hello there, Harry. I've lost my potion jar and Professor Snape will kill me if I don't find it. Can you help me? If you find the potion jar, can you bring it back here to me?
These kids need to give me some more to go on than just, I lost it somewhere. Thanks. I would assume that his would be inside, but then again, the other two were outside, so I don't know. But I was gonna, like, look around the actual dungeon, like, near it anyway. But now I'm wondering if it is outside. We need to get the key for this room. Oh, I just got the Remember-all. Nightmarish. Harry, where did you lose it? I don't know. Somewhere. Just somewhere. Somewhere in this vast castle. I'm trying to go about it logically, and that's probably pointless. Well, I guess we could do the Quidditch match now. Get that done. I'm gonna save. Alright. Let's go. Ron is just gonna stare at the doors. He's not ready to go in yet. He needs to prepare for this match.
Welcome to the Quidditch Stadium, and welcome to what should be a really thrilling match. Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor!
At least they're in the right colors. Unlike Hufflepuff.
I know that everyone's expecting this match
Nobody's
to be a
in the
really
stands.
exciting contest. That was a great catch by Gryffindor. The Ravenclaw
You
seekers
just
won
gotta
the heart.
pretend.
That tackle was so hard, it nearly knocked both players off their brooms. Ow! That was a really heavy tackle.
That was a really heavy tackle. Was it?
What an incredible catch right there. They're making some excellent catches today.
Get out of here.
I can feel that tackle
Since
from
when
up
can the players hit each other?
Bludger almost knocked Potter off his
Like, just go up and punch the other person. I'm pretty sure that's not allowed. Ref.
Harry Potter's flying really well.
Ref.
Very good goal. The Ravenclaw Seeker's taken a massive hit from a bludger. But Bludger's got the Ravenclaw Seeker. And Potter boots. The pass from the Quaffle really well. Oh, the Ravenclaw Seeker is just in the
The
lead
bludgers
now.
are attacking me. They're jinxed. They're trying to break my arm.
Potter really cannoned into Potter.
Oh my gosh.
Shot from Ravenclaw.
Pretty sure there aren't supposed to be that many bludgers.
Johnson's caught that really well. Better luck next time. Potter nudges ahead. That was a bone-breaking collision between the two players. Good catch by Ravenclaw. Potter looks unbeaten.
That player just like flew past me. That's kind of hilarious. Trying to remember if I can just get out of here.
That tackle was so hard, it nearly knocked both players off their brooms. Harry Potter hit his broom.
Can I just make a beeline for the snitch? Like, do I have to go through the rings?
I could feel that tackle from up here. Victory to Gryffindor!
I guess I can.
Everyone's seen a classic play here today.
I thought I'd have to keep following the rings, but I guess not.
To the losing side.
Who's throwing extra bludgers on the field? That's a very good question. Okay, not bad. I mean, they had 0 points, so I'll take it. Is there a cutoff point for quests in this version? For the GBA version, it cuts off with confronting Hagrid about spiders. I don't know, Umbreons. That's a good question. Did it say anything about that when you looked up the Remembrall?
What a match! Those Ravenclaws didn't know what hit them. Anyway, I don't know about you, but I'm worn out just from cheering. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, Ron, you did so much. Wow. I just love Harry just staring after him like, bitch. You did nothing. Oh, thanks, Umbreons. Yeah, that would be good to know. What a bro. I think I'm gonna go into the library and try to get some beans so we can get the other potion vial. Also need to check the notice board. Really? Drop. There we go. I don't remember how many items are through the notice board. I didn't think there were that many. Hey, Stardust. I still don't know the point of this broom cupboard. I'm just gonna look and see if that kid's potion jar... Okay. Not in here. Is there anything in the Great Hall for us to set on fire? Yes, we have some new sub badges. They're not all done yet, but got some new ones. He is shiny. That is 1.5 years. Open. Thank you, Harry. He had to catch his breath. Oh, wait.
Nintendo!
No. Nothing. Fine. I'll go to the library if I must.
Nintendo!
Wow, a single bean. A small bean, you could say. I don't think I can search those. I think I have to actually go into the library. Leave me alone. Killer books. I only need 4 more. No killer books. Go away. What, Harry, what are you stuck on? That huge lock definitely looks like you could use Alohomora on it. Okay, 2 more, 2 more. That woman's probably like, what is he doing? Why is he looking for beans in the books? I wonder if I can burn them. Can I burn you? Can I burn you? Yeah. Didn't like that, did ya? Eat it. Hermione's gonna be very upset that we are burning all the books in the library. All the, okay, the floor there. Though they are very quick books. Which is unfortunate for me. Read. The gnomes infesting the banks on the lake should be thrown bodily into the waters. This act often producing multiple benefits for collectors of famous witches and wizards cards. Throwing gnomes can and perhaps should evolve into a fascinating and rewarding pastime. I haven't seen any gnomes around the lake. Have you? I just want to see if this works. But Harry does not want to lock on to the right thing. Come here.
Incendio!
Yeah, that didn't work. I thought it would, but it didn't. It's fine. I think we were already up here to do this, but... I have a guide open with the rest of the fetch quests and side quests open if in another tab if you need it. Thank you. I just want to learn. The better question is who keeps putting beans in the bookshelves? That's a good point. They're like 10 message board things, ending in a tarantula, like 4 or 5 more things in the Remember All quest chain, 6 no mini games. 6? I think the end game starts if you try to participate in the next Quidditch game. Okay. Remember that time in the book where they just spent an afternoon drowning gnomes in the lake? Yeah, that was my favorite part of this. Oh, I guess we didn't do this. I thought I did already. But that was my favorite part of this book. Well, we made it to 50 cards. Gunhilda of Gorsmore, one-eyed humpbacked witch. Famous for developing a cure for dragonpox. There are 4 broom races. I don't remember that being a thing. See you later, Mist. Oh, I think there's an Incendio room in here, though. Pretty sure we went through the Scourge door. Yeah, there it is. Ugh, 99. We need one more. Merwin the Malicious, credited with the invention of many unpleasant jinxes and hexes. Also, can we talk about how that painting is not a painting? There is nothing in that painting. I just need one more bean. Which one? This one. There's just nothing... There's just nothing in there. The person in it quit. Yeah, maybe they're off visiting another painting. I'm hoping we can find one on the way up. Because I'm assuming the next thing we have to do will be at night, because that seems to be how it goes. So we could go get our potion vial. Then. Oh, Umbreons. Did it say how to get the biggest beanbag? Because I'm pretty sure there's another one. But I don't remember how to get it. Hey, Ginny, you're being real creepy. Are you aware of your creepness?
Nintendo!
You're really not going to give me the last one that I need. Gee, thanks. Not what I was looking for.
Nintendo! Nintendo!
Goodness. Just one. It's in the confiscated item room. Shoot. We don't have the key for that. Hmm. Carries 200. That's pretty nice. I'm not sure why that would have been a confiscated item. Hmm. Nope, can't search. They're just for sneaking. Maybe someone was swinging it around like a sock with soap. Maybe. I mean, maybe Filch was just having a bad day and was just pissy that day.
Nintendo!
My word. It's just one bean. Need to finish the Remember All quest chain? That's what I was wondering. Because I'm pretty sure I did it before, but it's obviously been a while. Do you have a bean? Sir.
Nintendo!
Alright, you know what? Ridiculous. Thank you! Goodness. Okay. Let's go. Took way too long to find that single bean.
The house point totals are being calculated. Slytherin. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. Gryffindor.
Ha!
Gryffindor is in the lead.
Eat it. Still a B, even though we are in the lead. Dumbledore, you're hard to please. Comprehend. Don't worry, Dumbledore will just
Hey,
cheat at
Harry,
the end of the game
what do you think of
anyway.
this? It looks like an old diary. Belonged to T.M. Riddle. Hang on. I know that name. T.M. Riddle got an award
Where did you
for
get
special
that,
services
Ron?
for the school 50 years ago. I know that because Filch made me polish his shield about 50 times in detention. Well, whoever he was, he didn't write in it. It's completely blank. I wonder why someone wanted to try and get rid of it then. Weird.
Harry went to bed before anyone else in his dormitory that night, mainly because
I
he
doubt
wanted
that
to
very
examine
much.
Riddle's diary. He sat on his four-poster and flicked through the blank pages until...
Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle.
I'm at Hogwarts and horrible stuff's been happening.
Remember when Harry
You know
talked to
about
the diary?
Chamber of Secrets?
Of course I know about the Chamber of Secrets. In my 5th year, the chamber was opened and the monster killed a girl. I caught the person who'd opened the chamber, and he was expelled. I can show you if you like. I can take you inside my memory of the night when I caught him.
How did Harry get
Okay.
his hands on the diary in the book?
Harry sat entranced by the
I'm
memory
pretty
Tom
sure he
Riddle
found
showed
it
him.
in Myrtle's bathroom
Evening,
because
Hagrid.
Ginny threw it to try to get rid of it,
It's all over.
and
I
Myrtle
don't
was
think you meant to
upset
kill anyone, but
'cause it went
monsters
through
don't
her.
make good pets now, do they?
It never killed no one.
Come on. The least Hogwarts can do is make sure the thing that killed that girl is slaughtered.
It wasn't him. He wouldn't. He never.
Well,
No!
It was Hagrid, Ron.
That
Hagrid
didn't
opened
show
Chamber of
me
Secrets 50
shit.
years ago. Go tell Hermione. I've got to go and see Hagrid.
that didn't show me anything. But okay.
I really appreciate you finding the wizard hat, Harry. Thanks, and here's a wizard card.
Thanks. Ethelred the Ever Ready, famous for taking offense at nothing and cursing innocent bystanders, died in Gaul. So, is he like the OK Boomer mascot? Is he the meme? Old man yells at cloud. That is 100%. That is 100% what's happening. Like, what? They didn't want to animate young Hagrid, I guess. I guess, but we didn't even see the monster. We saw nothing. Except for... Oh, it's pronounced like jail? Okay. I've never seen that before. It's the old spelling. Okay. We did all have the same joke. Go away, Percy.
Flibbity gibbet.
You only know that pronunciation because of Bloodborne. Oh, really? You can't see the monster because it's a distraction, but still they could have shown young Hagrid. Yeah, they sure could have. All right.
How much is this
I want this
Wickenwell
vial.
potion vial?
100 Bertie.
Give me that.
Smart move, Harry. Now you can carry even more Wiggenweld potions.
Yay. If only you had some.
Why don't you come back when you have some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans?
Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what? They only have 5 wizard cards that we don't have? That doesn't account for most of them. Yeah, it is a good thing that Percy can't hear me saying the password at normal volume. Bye. I think it's 4 and the other gives you randoms. Oh. So there's multiples. Ika, thank you for the resub for 52 months. Ika is currently on a 52-month streak and says, Watcher Harry. Thank you, Eco. One pair of dragon hide gloves. Last known location near the lake. Okay, well, at least you gave me something. And, like, I lost my potions jar. I don't know where. Could be anywhere. Could be my pocket. Who knows? Where's the... There it is. Jeez, the prompt was not showing up. Alright, so we should be able to fill up the potion vial. I don't need Avaphors. We can do that before we go see Hagrid.
Come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you.
Kind of creepy for a kid's game when you think about it. The walls are talking again. Oh. Hang on 1 second. Rue wants out. All right. Why does the snake sound Italian? Maybe he is. Oh, you know what? I'm trying to take a sip of my beverage. Oh, I see you, Ghost. I don't think so. Also, no, hold on. No! Goodness. Gracious. Alright. Hell turtles.
Nintendo!
Get out of here. I may be on fire, but you're dead. he's not yet. How did he not get hit by that?
Flipendo! Incendio!
Take that. He's dead now.
Flipendo!
Well, that's what happens when you show your butt. Wow. 2 whole beans.
Flipendo! Ah! Incendio! Flipendo! Flipendo! Incendio!
Die. Alright, so we've got 3 full vials of potion. I think we are good to go. Hopefully. Okay, so that one shows up. Should be going across there. Bye. I'm out. I would fly, but I don't think you're allowed. I think you would get caught immediately. Trying to remember. So we're just gonna have to slowly make our way over there. And hope that no one sees. Yeah. Oh, it turned me around. Yeah, me too, Umbreons. It's out of order. And in some cases, just wrong. I think I'm gonna have to... Can I draw? Okay. Alright, that worked. Didn't think it was going to, but it did. We'll just head right up here. Go away. Made it. Oh. Oh yeah, because, you know, we don't have the invisibility cloak for whatever reason. So we have to hide beside the stairs.
Things have gone far enough. As chairman of the school governors, I've simply got to act and send you away.
Away? Away to where? No, not the wizard prison. Not Azkaban.
I'm afraid so. A dreadful thing, Dumbledore. As of this moment, you are suspended as headmaster of Hogwarts.
Dumbledore's just like, okay.
Want my removal,
outside.
No!
However,
No!
you will find that I will only truly have left this school when none
Why are they
here
talking
are
outside?
aware.
I don't know.
You will also find
Because we don't have the invisibility cloak, because then you couldn't have stealth sections of the game, I guess.
Of course, if anyone wanted to find out some stuff, all they'd have to do would be
Some
to follow
stuff.
the spiders. That'd lead them right. That's the key to the whole thing. And that's all I'm saying.
That's a big key.
Come along now, Hagrid.
Also, how
I don't want to keep the
conspicuous.
Dementors
Let
waiting.
me just throw this giant key
All right, I'm
towards where Harry is so obviously crouched. Yes, so he and Ron are together because Hermione has been petrified by that point, I'm pretty sure. And they go to, like, find out, just ask Hagrid directly, like, how to stop the monster, because they still think he... Not that he did it on purpose, but, like, that he might have some answers. So, he and Ron are under the invisibility cloak, and they go into the hut, and Lucius comes in. I'm pretty sure Fudge is there, too. The minister. And Dumbledore. And they all have a conversation. And... yeah. Yeah, Ron is with Harry and freaking out the whole time, which I would be too, because this is horrible. a nightmare. Really. I would also have been freaking out, so I will give Ron a little bit of credit or sympathy. Yeah, it was Fudge, because who the fuck is Malfoy to tell Hagrid he's under arrest and Dumbledore suspended? Yeah. Nope, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Hey, sup? Can I set them on fire? Is a question I have. It's effective. Can we just set the forest on fire? I feel like that would be really the solution. I remember hating this part so much. I mean, I can't say I'm super fond of it right now either. Yeah, I was waiting for you to jump, you little... Oh, come on now. Ew. And this is why I wanted to make sure that we had all the potions. Alright, we're good. I see you up there. Like, I know what you're gonna do. I mean, at this point, I'd be like, Hermione, you're kind of on your own. Scared as a kid, hated or frustrated? I don't remember being frustrated. I just remember being, like, really grossed out by it. Flavius Belby, only wizard ever to survive a Lethafold attack. I don't know what that is. But okay, good for him. Someone who survived something instead of died horrifically. What a shock. But yeah, I mean, you have to fight Aragog. And I just remember not liking it. I don't think it was frustrating, but then again, I don't remember. I think he has like a weak spot on his belly and he like stands up and you have to hit it, but again, I don't remember everything perfectly, so we'll see. Oh no, Harry is okay. He's fine, I guess. The card is obviously a fake. There's no horrible death. That's how you know it's real. Can you not? A Lethifold is like a Dementor's cousin. Both suck out your soul. Really? I didn't realize there was another soul-sucking... Oh, can I just hit them with Incendio? Do I not even need Flipendo? Because that would be fantastic, actually. Yo. Save a step. Sir! Sir, come on. Sir. Thanks. Ew. Oh, hey, Chocolate Frog. Thanks, actually. I need this. Yeah, like... I mean, would you do this? Would you be like, okay, yeah, let me just... let me just do that. Just jump right in there. It's like a rainforest Dementor, creeps around the forest floor and envelops people to eat them. Well, that's horrific. Hey, buddy.
Hagrid?
No.
Not exactly, but I'm a friend of Hagrid's.
We should have lied.
Hagrid has never sent men into a hollow before.
Hagrid's in trouble. That's why I've come.
In trouble?
They think up at the school that Hagrid's been setting a something on students. They've taken him to Azkaban.
But that was years ago. Everyone thought that I was the monster that dwells in the Chamber of Secrets. They thought Hagrid had opened the chamber and set me free, which was why he was expelled from Hogwarts.
So you didn't come from the Chamber of Secrets?
No, I come from a distant land and Hagrid cared for me. The girl who was killed 50 years
Hagrid,
ago
I blame you for this.
was discovered in a bathroom, and I have not seen any of the castle, apart from the cupboard I grew up in.
If it wasn't you who killed that girl, then what did kill her?
It is his fault.
We shall not speak of it.
Oh,
That's why there's so many of them now.
No, I think not.
But
Also, can we talk about the fact that Hagrid sent him and Ron in here and they almost died? Because of, oh yeah, now I remember. See, I was right. He like shows you his belly and it's all gross. Not really something I needed. I think I have to go down here. I have to like knock him down somehow. Look, I know that there's a lot going on, but I need to know what's in here. Oh. I thought it was just going to be a random wizard card. That, I guess, was a hole. That I couldn't see because it's very dark. Yeah, so I think I need to knock Aragog down into the hole. I just don't remember where to... Maybe... Oh. Harry, could you not, though? He must have made a lady spider girlfriend. Hagrid got him a wife. Aragog says that. Aragog's like, yeah, he even brought me a wife, and now we have 1 million freaking children that want to eat all of the students. Isn't that great? And Harry and Ron are like, not really. Not really. Oh, I have to go around this way. You missed. This was a horrible time to start watching. I mean, it's a horrible time to be playing too. It makes you feel better. Can you not, like, do that? Sir? Sir? Okay, what is up here? Anything? Okay, cheapo. That's a praying mantis, but you might also be right, Joker. I'm not sure. The music's just gone. Excuse you? No. I don't remember if they just... Also, the music is just gone for some reason. I know I have to knock him down, but... I thought he would, like... do something? He was earlier, and now he's not, so...
Incendio!
I'm not sure. They're supposed to, like... I think set the webbing on fire?
Incendio!
Here, there we go. It wasn't locking on, so usually... Oh, hey, please don't do that. Oh, over my head. Oh, he's gone. He just went into the ground. That's fine. Usually if you can... Hello. Usually if you can hit something with a spell, you can lock onto it, but it was not letting me lock on. So. Escape. Great. Herman Wintringham plays lute with the popular wizarding band, the Weird Sisters. And to think, we could have missed that card very easily. Please go away. Do you want to be set on fire? Because that is what your life is. Yeet. Is this not gonna work? Because it seems... Harry, you gotta give me some light here. So that one's on fire. Is there nothing here to set on fire? Sir. Sir, you have too many legs. Yeah, they're just gonna keep dropping. Harry, if you could just... Thank you. I just need to see, like, how far I can go before the abyss. So, like, this far. Okay, we don't want to go down there. Oh. Frog. 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 There we go. So it doesn't look like there's any over here. Why is this not killing you? Please die. Yeah. That's not going to do anything. I don't know if maybe there was another way around. Oh. Yeah. So yeah, this one we got. Oh, I can climb up here now. Okay. There we go. Found it. Excuse you. I think you want to be set on fire. Everything looks like a drop, so very anxious about falling. And also about the horrific sounds that we are hearing. See, look at all these drops. I'm not about that. Am I gonna have to jump? Okay, well, made it. Oh. What's weird is I don't remember this at all. This part. But here we are. Oh. Hello. Just right over my head. It's fine. I think I did block it out. Ignatia Wildsmith, the witch who invented flu powder. That is quite a fashion choice there, ma'am. Ironically, I wasn't even looking for that. I was looking for the way to go. I can't see. That looks like a drop. And I do not want to fall. Everything looks like... I wish she dressed like Maleficent. That is a very good question. You would think I would have to go this way, though. Climbing up here? I really don't like this leap of faith-ness. I don't know Tim. Oh, this is gonna be a mistake. Oh, okay. That's the problem. It's hard to kind of know, you know, like, was that just for the card, or is that the way to actually go? It is all very confusing. Okay, I see. Hello. So I think this is how we actually came up here. So I guess we'll have to keep going. and just figure it out. Okay. Well. Maybe this way? We jumped over there before. Can you not? We jumped over there before.
Incendio!
Oh.
Lumos!
Get back here.
Incendio!
You know what?
Incendio!
How do you like that? Okay, so maybe we have to go this way? Yeah. This must be right. Okay. Taking the scenic route, it's fine. Totally fine. Don't worry about it. There are too many of you. I don't like that. Carefully. Whoop. Alright. I'm out. I'm out. Well, I found this. I keep finding treasure chests. Why is the music suddenly here? Is this... I guess this is the entrance to the actual fight. Because it is suddenly very loud. Where has the music been this whole time? I have questions? Get out of my way. I just keep finding treasure chests. I can't find the boss. Well, it's fine. This is why I need a map always. Okay, so I guess this is the right way. Rude. Oh, he angry. Ugh. Sometimes they fall into the ground, which I don't, which I don't appreciate. And they're just gonna keep going back. Oh, I can go this way. Okay. Let me get rid of them. Then, well, okay. A little nerve-wracking. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna fly. Can you just get out of here? Okay. You like the music silence while it lasted? Now you're 10s? Yeah. That is fair. Harry, why did you fall? Just that. What was that about? Well, I think we all know I think we all understand now why I repressed so much of this. Definitely longer than I remembered. Like, how many times have we done that? 5 at this point? Well, I'm just glad we have potions. Because we're gonna need them. Is that it? Alright, there we go. Pretty sure we still have to fight him, though. Even after he falls. Yeah, because we, of course, fall in with him. Because why wouldn't we? Ah, this is what I remember. Still hate it. Still hate it. Yep, see, he shows his belly. I don't appreciate the giggling. I could do without that. That's a little much. Thanks, Aragog. Are you gonna, like, let me attack you, or... Ew. The gross continues. What even is that? Should I set on fire? Probably. Beans! Why? Oh, I saw right inside his butt. I didn't need that. Sir, I did not need to see that part of you. To be fair, I don't really want to see any of you, but especially not inside your butt. But, like, why did they give me those when they don't heal me? I don't understand what that was. No. Sir, if you could not... I need some personal space. Oh, I need some personal space, and you are not giving it to me. Sir, you are crushing your children, I feel like. No. I feel like me just setting him on fire should just work. Belly or not, you know? Beans? Okay. Oh, well, there's health that time. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I'm like, why are they just giving me beans for no reason? Oh, God, here he comes. Again. Sir. Hey. That is not nice. The beans of defeated children. Oh, God. I mean, how many people do you think he's killed, though? Like, Hagrid is definitely responsible for somebody's death, right? Right? Like, this thing has killed somebody. I don't know if that did extra damage or not, but I went for it. Also, the only dodge I have is when I'm locked on or, like, holding the R button, and it's just this. It's not super helpful. Hence why I keep getting run over. When you die in this world, you transform into a bean. Man, where's a flying car when you need it? Could definitely use. No, I can't jump. I have no jump. When you platform in this game, you jump automatically over ledges, so no, I can't jump over the shockwave. The extent of what I can do is spells and that sad dodge, and that's about it. Stop that. I feel like Hagrid's responsible for many deaths. You're not wrong. I really do think, because what else are they eating? You know what I mean? Like, what are they eating in the forest? You know? Oh, you butthole. I hate all the noises in this part, so I'm with you there, Umbrians. Has Hagrid been sacrificing students to Aragog? Probably. I could see Dumbledore endorsing that. Also, instead of Fluffy, why didn't Dumbledore put Aragog in the freaking, like, to guard the stone? Because that would have been a lot more effective, don't you think? Yeah, like, are they eating the unicorns, or are they fighting the centaurs? I have questions. Please die. Ron, where have you been this whole time? You couldn't have shown up, like, you know, 10 minutes ago, please. I have to imagine people got to this part and went, nope. I mean, I think it took me a while to get through the first time because I did not like it. Also, the boss fights in this game kind of drag a little bit. Even with the gargoyles, it's sort of like... I know a lot of boss fights are repetitive in that way, but usually it's like 3 hits and they're done. But in this game, you have to just keep hitting them and do the same thing, and it gets a little tedious, I will say. Do not even try me. Do you know what I've been through? You don't. Get out of here! I am emotionally scarred. Oh, end the day. Oh, I'm not even gonna go back. I'm just gonna end the day and teleport.
Oh, I must have slept in. Oh no, the Quidditch match.
Oh no.
I need to go to the Quidditch stadium.
How are you talking but your lips aren't moving? Okay, well that's out of the way. I think this is quest cutoff point day. Okay, so... Okay, we need to go to the lake and see if we can... I don't think I used any of my potions. Oh, I used 1. Okay, so we'll need to refill that. We need to go to the lake and try to do that. Kind of a bummer that we have to come back up here.
I collect
But-
famous witches and wizards cards. Do you? I'll give you a card number 61, Havelock Sweeting, for a number 77, Norval Twonk. Okay, let's swap.
Twonk. All his teammates live in the dorm and nobody fucking look him up. I guess not. Havelock Sweeting, unicorn expert, helped set up unicorn reservations throughout Britain. Oh, finally. Somebody who didn't die horrifically and who's a nice person. I think there's 101 cards in total. There's a lot. And apparently a lot of them are hidden in the evil spider lair, so... The last card in the GBA version is the Harry Potter card, really? A Game Boy Color version, you mean? I mean, I would assume that Harry would eventually have a wizard card. Maybe he did already, who knows? Being the boy who lived and everything. Hey, buddy. I hear you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just gonna fill up my potion vial here, Mr. Snake. I'm gonna drink that and then fill it up. Sure, you've been doing very little thus far. Yeah, again, Nearly Headless Nick is the only person we've seen petrified. Even Mrs. Norris didn't get petrified. So... would Harry be able to demand royalties for having his likeness used by the Bertie Bott's company, or would that be a legal gray zone? I don't know. That's a good question. It is possible because Hermione, I'm pretty sure in the first book, says that she read about Harry in a book. So I could see him having a wizard card already. Wouldn't that have been weird? If he was just like... oh, hello?
Hi, Harry. Big match against Slytherin today. I'm glad it's you that's doing it. After all that flying about and what we found out last night, I can't think straight.
We didn't really find out anything.
Me neither. We can't tell anyone about the diary, and I don't want to be the one who brings up why Hagrid was expelled 50 years ago. And then there's...
This time.
This time.
Let me rip. Tear.
The voice. I just heard it again. Didn't you?
Harry, I think I've just understood something. I've got to go to the library.
What does she understand? Loads more than I do. But why
At least
she
you're
got to go to
self-aware.
the library? Because that's what Hermione does. When in doubt, go to the library. Anyway, Harry, you'd better get moving. The match!
Okay. So if I go into the library, is Hermione just going to be, like, petrified in there? Umbreons, is the potions jar inside or outside? The Remember All quest line. Harry could sue so many folks for infringement, unlawful use of his name, and potential defamation. It's outside? Okay. I was wondering if all of those items are outside. Kind of thinking there. Well, I guess Hermione's not petrified, because I feel like the librarian would have been upset if that were the case. They don't have defamation laws in Wizardland, clearly. I feel like the Wizarding World is lacking a lot of laws that they should have. Oh my gosh, Hermione actually is in here. I didn't think she would be. And that is a good detail. I will say, this game is pretty good about that. Like having Ginny kind of be hanging around the bathroom and like be acting weird. Like she stops talking to you.
I know it's here somewhere.
Oh, just got freaking attacked and Hermione's just standing there. Okay. Like, I figured I'll just stock up. Shouldn't you be frozen? Figured I would just stock up while I'm in the library. Ow. Getting murdered. Hermione didn't even care. She just watched me get, like, beamed in the head. Ha, beamed. And didn't care. No purple bean. Purple bean. Can you not? It's just rude. Hey, Mellium. You know, maybe more kids would read if books didn't try to kill them. It's kind of off-putting. Oh god, Rita Skeeter, I forgot about her existing. I'm gonna be ready to buy wizard cards. I think Fred and George have them for 30 each, so just stock up. Why do the yellow beans heal you and not the green ones? Well, they're not beans. They're, I think, cauldron cakes or pumpkin pasties. They're some kind of sweet. So they're not actually beans that are healing you. In one of the games, Harry is like super vocal every time he picks one up. He's like, a pumpkin pasty. But I don't remember if it was Prisoner of Azkaban, if it was the PC version. I forget. Let's see what's going on in the bathroom. Myrtle. What's up, Myrtle? Leave notes. It's been a long time since I played the PC version. Can I just open the chamber right now? Because that would be great. Hey, Myrtle.
Oh, a boy! Get
Oh,
away.
hold on. Can we just... Oh, we can just see through the back of her head. Myrtle, hold still. You ready for that? That's a little horrifying.
Leave me alone.
Oh, God. You're all welcome for that. Wow. Alright, well, I'm gonna leave now.
You're not supposed to be in here. This is my bathroom. Get out! Get out!
Were any kids traumatized by this? Probably. There's a lot of dark stuff that happens in this book, game, movie, all of it. Traumatized by seeing the inside of Myrtle's head? Probably, as well, if that was your question. A single bean. Take this. They're still going. Trail. Tim, thank you for the clip. Do not want Myrtle. Okay, so we need to go down to the lake. First. Ow. They said it was last seen by the lake. Well, I am at said lake. Is there a little tree? Why is this tree here? It seems like a terrible place for a tree. Don't worry about it, Harry. He's fine, probably. Well, I have found the wall. The invisible wall. So we're also looking for the potion jar. Which could just be anywhere, I guess. Part of me wonders if something will be hidden in here. Because why else would you be able to go in here like this? Just cause, I guess. Just fly away. Welcome back, Umbreons. I am looking for... I don't actually remember what the item was, to be fair. Something that was supposedly lost by the lake. And... yeah, didn't find it. As of yet. Oh, we didn't do this one. We didn't do this one. Sure.
Incendio!
I will take a hint.
Incendio! Incendio!
Harry, what the... Can you...
Incendio!
Light the correct one, please? Devlin Whitehorn, founder of the Nimbus Racing Broom Company. By the greenhouses in one of the shady tree areas. Okay. Let's go. Jeez, you can go in there? I guess. I didn't see anything in there, but... Oh, this is as close as it'll let me get before it eats me off. Okay, so let's check over here. Aha. That looks like a ketchup bottle, except it's green. Did not look like a potion jar. But who am I to judge? Well, spiders are still going. Bottle of squeezable relish. Kind of look like Moody's flask. Maybe that's really what it's for. I wouldn't think that something else would be hidden in here, but... Because this is where the hat was. But it said, last seen by the lake. Well. Oh, do you remember the green ketchup? It was like green and purple ketchup for a while was the thing. Truthfully, it kind of grossed me out. Even though it was just food coloring. It still just looked really unappetizing. And that's why they don't make it anymore. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think kids really liked it that much. I mean, you remember purple ketchup for the Cat in the Hat live action movie? Pretty sure I hated it. Yeah, it's weird because you'd think it would be fun or, you know, something kids would really like. But it just looked so unappetizing. Oh, I think it's over this wall. It didn't taste like ketchup. The dye bled into the taste. I can't really remember what it tasted like, but I remember it just looked really gross.
You found my potion jar! Thanks a lot, Harry. I think that someone over by the Quidditch Gatehouse would like to give you a race.
Oh, I didn't know the races were part of this quest line. I thought they were separate. I think your mom rented it when you were a kid, immediately went back to Blockbuster once you finished watching it. I don't think I've ever seen it. I've just seen clips of it. I can't say I was impressed. Cat, thank you so much for the resub for 44 months. Cat is on a 44-month streak and says, butterflies. No, we did not follow any butterflies, I can tell you that. Ugh. It was the worst.
Oh, Professor.
Did they not say greenhouse? Did I just make that up? Damn. If you want to go back. Are they actually in here?
That door's
no,
locked.
those are locked. Well, if you want to experience it, you can watch the VOD and be disgusted. Oh, they said Quidditch Gatehouse. I don't know why I was thinking greenhouse. Well, I have to be careful. I don't want to go in there and start the match. Is the Quidditch Gatehouse a different... No, no, okay, they're right there. Hello?
Hey there, Harry. Fancy racing me to the trees and back?
Not really.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
These trees? Also, it was not letting me get on the broom, so I don't know. Which trees? Why are we on foot? I have a lot of questions. I mean, I guess that was right.
You didn't win that time, Harry.
What? Did I?
Like to race again, eh, Harry? Get ready then.
I
3,
don't understand.
2, 1, go!
This race doesn't count to the broom races? I guess not. I still don't... Is there a specific spot? Like, I don't understand what it wants. That's not specific. Okay, I guess that time it counted?
Well done, Harry. You won the race.
What's the point
I think
of
someone
that?
might be needing your help over in the cloisters.
Where's the cloisters? That's a Pokemon. Well, we did it. I'm so good at it. You know how Harry was a known track star? You remember? Yeah, I don't know, Joker, what that means. Again, I need a map. Oh, those children just disappeared. As they do, I suppose. The big open area that has a single tree. What? Oh. Okay. That's through here. Cloister is a covered walkway, according to my Google. I've never heard that before.
Hello, Potter. I've lost my copy of the Daily Prophet, and I was really looking forward to reading an article about the Quidditch World Cup. Can you help find it for me? If you find my copy of the Daily Prophet, can you bring it back here, to me?
No, I was gonna give it to someone else. Again, super vague. Just get another copy, you jackass! Leashes. Oh. Hold on. Can I interact with these? Kiss. What is that?
Flipendo!
Oh. Okay. That is... That's a thing. No, you can tell me embryons. Just for the sake of time and so that I'm not like just, you know, searching everywhere. I'm okay with you telling me. Because again, they don't even give us anything to go off of, so... It's just one of those things where you'd have to just look around everywhere and hope that you found it. Hagrid's hut. Okay. To Hagrid's hut. Unfortunately, I can't boost. Unless I'm playing Quidditch. So, just a leisurely flight. Sometimes I just hit walls. Invisible walls. Like right now. There we go. Close enough, I guess. How did he lose a whole paper? I could see if he lost his backpack and the paper was in the backpack. But like if you know, left a backpack in a class or something, but just the newspaper by itself. So you were reading it outside and you dropped it somehow. I just have questions and no one to answer them. Look out! Run away! That kid was trying to escape. There's no escape.
You found my copy of the Daily Prophet.
Maybe the wind took it. Maybe, but it was folded nicely.
With your help too. I saw him over by the flying lessons area.
Now Neville needs help? Neville? How many things of Neville's have we already found? Run, broomless peasants. I don't know what it's like to run. I have a Nimbus 2000. Do you guys remember when Kat and I were playing Saints Row and we were flying around on brooms and then mine exploded?
Oh,
I remember.
Hello, Harry. I was practicing my Wingardium Leviosa spell on some pieces of crockery.
Were you?
And now I can't get them down from the roof. Can you help get them back for me?
I guess.
To get all the pieces of crockery, can you bring them back here to me, please?
What is a crockery? I do not. That must have been 4. No, I think it was 3, wasn't it, Kat? Was it 4? I thought it was 3. Because in 4, we mostly flew around because of superpowers. Ironically, you can't find the pieces here. They're around the 2 towers at the school entrance. That is weird. You would think that they would be there, but why would it make sense? Why would it ever make sense? Crockery is basically clay pottery. Okay. Is that all of it? Nope, here's a little stuck.
Nintendo!
Thanks.
Nintendo!
There are 8 pieces. I think I got that many. I was not counting them. What's up? Oh. Oh, oh. Surprise. It's Neville's face.
You've got all my crockery. Thanks very much, Harry. I think there's someone over by Hogwarts main entrance could do with your help too.
I think you should do your own shit. That's what I think. Didn't need that either. Why not, Tim? Yeah, they are wizards too. So, get out of the way. Cat, did you see the sub badges? Little shiny sand dial. So shiny. Hi, Dooms. Oh, wait. Hello?
Hello there, Potter. I'm really desperate to collect 3 mandrake roots for Professor Sprout. Can you help me out? If you manage to collect 3 mandrake roots, can you bring them back here to me?
Are they in the greenhouse? Greenhouse was locked last time we were over there. Oh, okay. It's just... We're just gonna bounce. It's fine. Is this bitch asking you to do his homework for him? It sure sounds like it, doesn't it? See something. 1. 2. Think my PS4 is possessed. It started turning on and off randomly and ejecting the CD. That is a little terrifying. There are 6 in the area by the greenhouse near where the potion bottle was. Ah, I found them. I got him. This one at least kind of makes sense because you would think, oh, it'd be either in the greenhouse or near the greenhouse. So at least I had something to go on, you know? You don't get extra for getting more than 3. Well, you know what? I'm an overachiever and I'm not even going to be rewarded for it. Upsetting.
Here's the key to the confiscated items.
Yo!
You'll find it just off the flying courtyard on the other side of the bridge.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Oh wait, I wonder if Fred and George are in there. Because I'm pretty sure the last time I got a beanbag it filled it up. So if I could spend what I have before doing that, that would be great. But I don't know. I don't know if they would be in there now. And if we do the Quidditch match, that's gonna put us like towards the end, or like start us towards the end, because there's not much left after that. Oh, Umbreons, did you see where the, on the notice board, there was something that was by the lake? I should probably get that before I head all the way up to the Gryffindor Tower. But I looked over there and I couldn't find anything. I assume you have to actually fight the basilisk. Yes, that is the final boss. Yeah, we haven't really... We've dealt more with murder dungeons than the basilisk in this game. The gloves you're looking for are near the confiscated room. Oh. Well, why did it say the lake then? How dare you lead me astray? Uncalled for. So here's the confiscated items room. So the gloves are on a ledge somewhere? Hmm. Oh. I remember having to scour this castle when I was trying to find all this stuff. Oh, is it down there? I think that's it. Ha!
Brilliant.
Those gloves are huge. How on earth? There are 3 more after the gloves. Okay. How on earth, though, would... Like, were those Hagrid's? Just slap people with the gloves? And it seems like it would work. Maybe that's what they were for. Hi, Ellie. How are you? Hey, Anime. Thank you. I hope you're having a nice Tuesday as well. Oh, that's unfortunate, Ellie. I'm sorry you're sick. Maybe you feel better. Virtual soup. See you later, Alpha. Have a nice night. Oh, you found me through Monster Crown. I'm glad you enjoyed.
Quidditch, Potter. Hurry up. Gryffindor is counting on you.
Who are you? Excuse me?
Do you want to swap famous witches and wizards cards? I'll give you a card number 81, Kwang Po, for number 43, Cyprian Yaudel.
Okay, let's swap. Do you collect famous witches and wizards cards? I'll give you card number 36, Jocelyn Wadcock, for number 84, Roland Kegg. Here you are.
All right. Swapping card. I don't know if they're extras. Like, I don't know if I'm actually gaining anything from these swaps, but...
Wattlebird.
Hogwarts lost the Quidditch Cup like 3 hours ago. Shh. They can't play without me. I'm famous.
Dragonhide gloves. Have a wizard card.
Thanks, bro. Felix Summerby, inventor of cheering charms. That is a terrifying photo. Wow. Just wow. Are you gonna let me read? There we go. Copy of Gadding with Ghouls could be anywhere on the grounds. Thanks. If found, please return to this notice board. Like, how do you have no idea at all where you lost a book? The more swaps you do, the more cards pop up in the confiscated room. Really? So if I went back later, would there be more? Oh, god damn. That man was terrifying. I know Fred and George normally aren't in here, but I was kind of hoping they would be. Probably not, though. Pretty sure you haven't been trading spares. I think you've been trading uniques, probably. Kill the spare. Oh. Bummer. I think we'll have to actually progress to be able to shop. I'm trying to remember if Fred and George are in here, like on the last day, before you finish. Before you finish the game. I imagine they would be. The Ghoul book has weird instructions. Okay. First you have to fly to the confiscated room. Alright. Beans got useless pretty fast in Sorcerer's Stone. I remember buying them out on the second night and never using stink pellets or dung bombs. In the PC version, if you spent a lot of beans, I think you could unlock like this secret bean room or something. But I think you had to spend a bunch at Fred and George's. Don't remember exactly how, because it's been a very long time since I played that. It is kind of annoying that you have to go all the way back up to the notice board to be able to turn in the quests. They could have a notice board outside too. But I'm pretty sure you don't have to completely end the game after beating the basilisk. Though I don't know if you could still do quests, but I know that you can cheese house points if you do the flying mini game. You can get some house points if you're losing. I think you did get something for spending a lot of beans, but I'm pretty sure the bean room was for getting the most house points. Was it? If they had the notice board outside, how would you enjoy the environment? Whoa. Okay, first off, he just floated. Of course, I can't make him do it again. Oh, maybe I can. At least in 2, they checked who was winning every so often. Yeah, I'd have to look it up. I am not pressing up or down. I'm just pressing X, and this is happening, so... It's fine. Harry's got a mild concussion. Don't worry about it. All right. I have made it here. Now, where's the book? Broom wanted to knock some sense into Harry. Maybe the broom was jinxed. Like the bludger, except that didn't happen in this game for some reason. Oh, is it over there? Probably because they wanted you to be able to play Quidditch. So they probably didn't worry about that storyline. Well, I found the book. Did it. Oh, thank you, Umbry. Back to the notice board. Back to giving Harry a lot of injuries and internal bleeding. He can take it. It's fine. He's the boy who lived. This is nothing. I really don't appreciate seeing like the back of Harry's head or inside Harry's head and the back of his face. That I could do without. Internal bleeding is just child's play to Harry. I mean, I'm sure they've got a spell that stops internal bleeding. Although, they never seem to learn any spells that would be helpful for injuries, and I think that's something that should be in the curriculum, especially considering how many things in the school that could kill them. We never see them learning how to mend cuts or scrapes or anything like that, and I feel like that would be pretty useful information. Learn to cure poison would be useful. I mean, at least we kind of learned that in Half-Blood Prince, because you could just use a Bazoar. I think normally you'd have to actually brew a proper antidote depending on the poison. I don't know if there's a universal antidote, but a Bazoar works on anything, I think. But we never really see them learning any spells for cuts. Don't think there was ever mentions of medical spells. Well, I think Madame Pomfrey heals with spells. Or at least she says she can mend bones in a heartbeat, so I kind of assumed that meant
Hurry up, Gryffindor's
through
counting on
a
you.
spell.
Wattlebird.
Because then he has to drink the Skelligro because all of his bones are gone. But he wouldn't have had to do that if it was just a break. So... And we know that Snape has like a counter curse for the
Thanks very much for getting the Gadding with Ghouls book, Harry.
slashing
Have a
spell,
wizard card.
Sectum Sempra. So there's a spell that heals that. So I imagine there's got to be a spell for like basic bruises and stuff. Gaspard Shingleton, celebrated inventor of the self-stirring cauldron. He looks really proud, as he should. Copy of Holiday with Hags fell out of an owl package, so it could be anywhere. God. Drank bleach by accident, Bazoar. Got the flu, Bazoar. Lost arm to cursed chainsaw, Bazoar. I'm not sure that would work.
I'd get to the Quidditch stadium right away if I were you, Potter.
Hermione says there is in the last book, but she just uses Essence of Dittany. Yeah, I remember her using that for Ron when he got splinched. Oh, thanks, Umbreons. Basic first aid, nah. Honestly, with Harry eating himself off of so many ledges, I'm surprised he doesn't eat himself right off the stairs. They're in a war, but first aid was not a priority for Dumbledore. Okay, what is the most useless spell they've learned? I would say... I don't think this is in the book, but in the movie, they learn how to turn... rats into water goblets? And then Ron's fails because his still is furry and has a tail. I'm like, when would you ever need to use that in real life? And in the book, there was one where they were turning, I think, mice into matchboxes or something like that, where I'm like, again, when would you... That's not that helpful. Okay, go through the tunnel. Turn right past the little tree. Okay, I think I know where you mean. Just a reminder that Pettigrew was still Scabbers at the moment. Yeah. How Fred and George didn't see him on the Marauders map is beyond me. Not that they would have known who he was, but I mean, he was always with Ron, so you'd think...
Brilliant.
When they make the pineapple dance in Charms was pretty useless. Yeah. At least that's somewhat entertaining. But yes. Ellie, turn the rats into water. Well, it wasn't even turning them into water. It was turning them into water goblets, so it was just a cup. I mean, I guess if you really needed a cup and you just happen to have a rat right there. I mean, divination as a whole was pretty useless, but that sort of comes with the territory. Defense against the dark arts was kind of useless for what it was supposed to be designed for. I guess it depends on who is teaching it, because in a lot of the books, it was not useful at all. Remus did a pretty good job teaching. Most of the other teachers did not. I mean, I guess Moody or fake Moody gave them some experience, but also probably... Hello? But also probably traumatized them, so... You always found Ascendio somewhat pointless. I feel like Accio would have been one of the most useful spells ever, because you could just summon anything to you. Forget where your car keys are? Accio. Don't feel like getting up off the couch? Accio, drink. Like... that probably would have been the most used spell for me, I feel like. My daily life.
Wattlebird.
At work and tired, Accio bed.
Thanks for finding holidays with Hank.
That would be terrifying. The bed just comes zooming towards you. Honoria Nutcombe founded the Society for the Reformation of Hags. Did they ever explain how hags are different than witches? Lost, giant tarantula, property of Lee Jordan, probably wandering behind the herbology greenhouses. You better not be lying to me, Lee Jordan. Accio's a wizard's best friend, considering how lazy they are. I mean, convenience. Also, it would be so easy to, like...
I'd get to the Quidditch stadium right away if I were you.
I mean, Wingardium Leviosa would probably be pretty useful. You know, if you need to move furniture or something. Hags eat human flesh. What? Where does it say that? Damn. Yeah, we haven't had enough. Also, like, couldn't we just pick one of the ones up that are scuttling along on the floor in a trail and be like, is this it? Close enough, right? Could you tell the difference? Aguamenti felt useful in a way. Drinking it would do nothing for you, but it would be great for other reasons. Yeah. Gotta get rid of those pesky coworkers. Accio a bus to fall on them. I'm assuming he isn't lying and it is by the greenhouses. I guess we'll find out. Bonk. Harry, if you could just fly your broom normally, that would be great. I don't even know what is happening. Okay, we're gonna have to get down. Where you at, friend? Have you joined the others? Look, I can just pick all of these ones up. Be like, here you go. Hags aren't human, they have magic and can use it, but they're their own type of magical being. Apparently they like to munch on human fingers. Gross. There's a crawl space. Oh. Oh my gosh. Tiny tree. Great. Is there anything else back here? I guess not. That whole area just for that. Just a tiny Minecraft tree. Okay, well, I think that was the last notice board thing. Bonk, bonk, bonk. 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 Jeez. Poor Harry. So, we're like 6 hours late for the Quidditch match. Probably fine. Dumbledore is stalling. He's probably singing everyone a song. Somehow the snitch still hasn't been caught. Unless you want to do minigames to suss out the remaining cards, we're done with side quests. Okay. Anyway, we could just use a time turner. Except that we didn't know they existed at this point. You're the star of the show. Nobody can get anything done without you. It's true. So they can wait.
Shouldn't you be at Quidditch, Potter?
This guy really wants me to go play the match. Unfortunately for him, I'm doing side quests.
Hey, Harry. Thanks for finding my tarantula. Have a wizard card for your trouble.
Gideon Crumb plays bagpipes with the popular wizarding band, the Weird Sisters. They have quite a few instruments at this point. All right. The notice board is done.
I'd get to the Quidditch stadium right away if I were you, Potter.
Sir, mind your business. So I'm pretty sure we play against Draco in this one. Ellie. Well, if he wants a pet snake, I know where to find one. In the pipes. Can't believe Salazar Slytherin didn't even bother naming the basilisk. Didn't even bother to give him a name. Well then. We can finally do Quidditch match. You name the basilisk Nudes. Noodles. Always a good name. That is a good question, Joker. The basilisk always gets a name in fanfiction, but never in the actual canon. So, what are some names of the basilisk in fanfiction? I'm very curious what people would name the basilisk. I'm terrified for this info, too. Juice. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Okay, so it's saved. Esmeralda was one I remember off the top of my head. Is the snake a girl snake? I don't know if it ever says. It's just like, this is just a basilisk that kills people. That's all we know. I think basilisks are notoriously difficult to hatch. I would assume that's why Salazar Slytherin only had one.
Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy waste no time in beginning their search for the golden snitch.
I mean, yeah, that's what the Seeker does. Wow, they waste no time in doing their job in the Quidditch game. Correct.
And Malfoy boosts. Great boost from Potter. Potter storms into the lead. That tackle was so hard, it nearly knocked both players off their brooms. Eat my broom, Potter. Malfoy
Hey.
is in front, and
You
Slytherin
fuck.
scores. That takes Slytherin to the lead.
Can I just punch him?
Potter's so fast, it's just a blur. Oh, Flint caught that well. Potter nudges ahead. That was a bone-breaking collision between the two players. That was a really heavy tackle.
There's some lag happening. There's a little too much happening on the screen. Oh my gosh. He just like smacked me into the goalposts. What a bitch. Oh, I just saw the inside of his head. Stay away from me. What? Are you even screaming at me?
Potter's really moving now.
Oh my god. Get out of the way.
Potter goes for a boost. Draco Malfoy gives his broom a boost. That was a bone.
I keep just like getting freaking smacked out of the way by literally everything. The 72 bludgers that are only trained on me. Draco. Oh, you fuck.
Flint's catching is incredible today.
I lost my boost.
That was a bone-breaking collision between the two players. Potter's in boosting range. I could feel that tackle from up here. That Gryffindor wins! They'll be crying into their
Ha.
bottom here in the Slytherin common room this evening.
Eat it, Slytherin. Yeah, it's rough. Like, why? Oh, I guess Snape's there because he's their head of house. I was like, why is Snape here?
Present the Quidditch Cup to Gryffindor.
Yay. That face.
Harry, that was wicked! Oh, it's such a pity Hermione didn't get to see it.
What?
Hermione wasn't at the match? No, I haven't seen her since she ran off this morning. I don't know. She's probably got her head stuck in a book somewhere. Anyway, I'm worn out. I'm off to bed.
Ron, she literally said she was going to the library because she thought she found out something important. And he's like, I don't know, she's probably reading a book somewhere. We shouldn't look for her. I gotta go to bed. Jeez. Joker. Yeah, she's missing. And he's like, time for bed. Well, she's right there. So I guess she's fine.
Slytherin. Ravenclaw.
Ron is such a great friend.
Hufflepuff.
What happens if there are too many, like it fills up and there's too many? Then what?
Gryffindor.
Eat it, Slytherin.
Gryffindor is in the lead.
Your PS2 explodes.
Where were you, Ron? I'd been to McGonagall's office, and then I had to go to the infirmary. What?
That's not what the caption said.
McGonagall told me that Ginny's gone missing. They can't find her anywhere. Oh no! But it gets worse. It's Hermione. She was attacked. She's been petrified. Huh? They found her just like we had the SNEK. Outside Moaning Myrtles. Steph is aboard! McGonagall told me that they were doing everything they could to find Ginny. So, I went to the infirmary to see Hermione. I found a piece of paper in her hand. A page torn from an old library book. That must have been what she was doing before she was attacked. What was the page about? It was all about basilisks. They're giant snakes that live for hundreds of years. Apparently, a basilisk can kill people by just staring at them. Anything else?
Anything else, Ron? This is clearly not interesting.
They ran away when a basilisk is near. And there was something else. Hermione had written the word pipes on the page. Pipes?
Yeah, only Nick was attacked. For all we know, the attacker just doesn't like ghosts.
This is it. This is the answer. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk. A giant snake. That's why I've been hearing the voice.
Yeah, she was at the meeting, so for house points. So.
Harry, do you think Ginny might be in the Chamber of Secrets along with that flipping big snake?
Yes, because that's what they leave a message on the wall that says her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever.
Okay, so what we need to know is how the basilisk's been getting round the place. A giant snake.
It said pipes on the paper.
Pipes! Pipes, Ron! It's been using the plumbing! I've been hearing the voice inside the wall.
That would be terrifying to know that there was a horrific, huge snake, like, in the toilet that you could have, I mean, you could have been on the toilet when the snake decided to emerge.
You join me in Moaning Myrtles on the second
That would have been a shock. Pee at your own risk. I mean, in Hogwarts, yeah, it probably would be nerve-wracking. Percy, shouldn't you be freaking out because Ginny is missing? I feel like you're not responding appropriately. You get up to pee at 2 a.m. and never come back. I mean...
Flibbity gibbet.
I think the snake would have been miserable and knows not to emerge when people are using the restroom. Maybe the snake respects boundaries. Sup, guys? I guess you don't give a shit that your sister's missing.
Take a look around, Potter.
How much is his Edgar Struhl?
Edgar Strulger, eh, Harry? Inventor of the sneakoscope. What a genius.
What a genius. Looks a little bit... He reminds me a little bit of Hanneman.
The limited edition Bertie Bot card. What does that cost?
Limited edition.
30 Bertie Bots every flavor.
Bertie Bot, an excellent purchase, Harry. His real genius was in the invention of the unreleased dog spit flavored bean.
That's disgusting. You can't even flush the damn toilet without possibly Fred or George having booby-trapped it. I mean, that's the other thing, too. Where's Percy?
Come here. Locomotor Mortis.
What the fuck?
Now get out. You're disturbing my studies.
Okay, I will. I didn't... Are you aware that your sister's... Oh, they put me back here, because that makes sense. Sir, your sister has been taken into the Chamber of Secrets by a giant, scary SNEK. I feel like you should be a little more upset. We're having our sister is probably dead and Mama's gonna kill us. Blowout sale. I mean, now would be a good time to have a sale. Bye, Percy. Time to fly and get a bean refill. I'm wondering if there are any prefects around, because if there aren't, then I could just go there and get it, because that would be super easy. I just don't remember if there are any prefects in this part. We'll find out. Also, I don't think I can fly at night, so we'll have to walk, but it's not that far. I trust nothing. I'm gonna use my secret passageways. Did the hell turtles respawn? I hope not. How are we on potions? I think we're okay. Yeah, we're alright. Everything's only 10 beans. Bye, bye, bye before it's bye, bye, bye. Can you imagine how pissed off Mrs. Weasley would have been, though, if she found out that Ginny was kidnapped and Fred and George were just like selling things in their little shop, didn't even care. And Percy was just like pacing around the room, doing nothing. Oh, why are you back? I killed you for a reason. I killed you so that you would go away. Oh, hey, SNEK. Can you... Sir. Goodness. Oh. You can hear it in the loading screen. Can you stop, please? That is unnecessary. Alright. We're just gonna avoid that for the moment. I want to see what the prefect situation is. If we could sneaky beaky over there, go back, buy all our wizard cards, and then take care of the snake. That'd be great. Why are there prefects out? I feel like now is the time there should be none, honestly. Considering, you know, the school should be in a state of panic. Because the teachers were even, like, freaking out. Because they were all meeting in secret and trying to deal with this issue. Speaking of, we weren't supposed to go to Lockhart. So, is he gonna... I don't even remember if he's there for this scene or not. They don't care if Ginny dies. They can sell her shit on the black market for their shop. Damn. Harsh. I need Lumos. It is so difficult to see. When was the last time he showed up? Lockhart? Oh god. Hello. You see nothing. Not since his class, actually. Hide behind this tree. You see nothing. Yeah, he has a class pretty early on with Snape for some reason, because they sort of smushed that in the dueling club together. That's where you learn Expelliarmus. But we haven't really seen him since then. Tiny tree. Well, hello. Yeah, and we saw him in the bookstore at the very beginning of the game. Norvel Twonk died saving a non-magical child. Oh, I don't remember if we got this one in this game or if it was in the GameCube version. But yeah, we also didn't see Snape at all. We didn't have any potion classes. Snape was rarely in the game too. Laverne de Montmorency, inventor of many love potions. Love potions are pretty problematic. We're getting back the cards we traded. Oh, I don't remember having her card. But I guess. Curly Duke plays lead guitar at the popular wizarding band. Weird Sisters. Alright. So if we traded more, would they just appear here? randomly.
giant beanbag. Now I can carry even more beans.
Giant beanbag. How are love potions not super outlawed? I don't know. They really should be because they are very dangerous. Justice Pillywickle, celebrated head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Good night, Dietrich. Have a good one. Curly Duke sounds like a jazz musician. Well, he was a musician. Glover Hipworth. His name is Glover. Inventor of the pepper up potion cure for the common cold. Gregory the Smarmy. Famous originator of Gregory's unctuous unction. I do remember this one, but I think that may also have been when we were playing GameCube. It's a potion that persuades the drinker that the giver is their very best friend. So basically like a love potion, but without the love. Also, pretty problematic. How are these not outlawed? It feels like maybe they should be. I just want to see around. Let's get this straight. A spell that puts someone under your control off to Azkaban right away. A love potion to make someone like you without consent. We teach that shit to 10-year-olds. Yeah, it's kind of strange that love potions aren't really treated seriously. It's more of like a hee, like teenage girls, you know, make these for fun, and it's like, I don't know. It's a little weird that it's not more serious. Also, I mean, it creates infatuation. Are you gonna move? I might have to send a spell over there. It creates infatuation. So like, could you, for example, if you had somebody under a love potion, could you convince them to commit a crime for you? You know what I mean? If they were obsessed with you and you were like, yeah, I really, you know, want you to steal this, I don't know, dragon egg or something. And they did it, like, what, just gonna cause a lot of problems. Go get it. Wow. I don't. I don't know how else to. What am I even against? I can't see shit. I don't know what their deal is, but if you really love me, you'll show up by killing this other person who I know is into you. I mean, like, that could potentially be something that happens, which is not good. I mean, it's really no different from the Imperious curse. It's just you're not like fully in control of the other person. I don't think that prefect is okay. I don't know what was up there. Okay, so this one should be coming up here now. Go there, cross over to the right. I'm gonna fight with the camera because that's what I do.
Hey, you!
Nope. I made it to the stairs. It's always possible Rowling was just winging certain stuff as she went along. I think it's kind of common to, like, I don't know, in fantasy to not really take love potions seriously. Like, it's always sort of this, like, kind of treated in a humorous way. You know what I mean? When it's actually not. Okay. No, I need to go buy my wizard cards. That's what I need to do. Then... 4th floor? 5th floor. I need to go to 4th floor. Go away, ghost. I don't want to just go up to the 7th floor because then I'll have to deal with prefects. And this is probably the wrong way, actually. I need to go to the other passage. Alright, Basilisk. He's like really active all of a sudden. This whole game, he's just been like every now and then been like, hey, I'm still here. And now he's like, I'm letting you know that I am murderous. It's like, where did this come from? I think most of the times it's treated as not true love and normally backfires on the user. Yeah, I mean, it's usually like obsessive, but it's kind of played for humor in a lot of situations. Like, look at what this stupid, like, look at this person who's doing stupid things because they think they're in love with somebody. You know? Like, I mean, we even see that in Half-Blood Prince with Ron. And it's played off as humorous. Till he drinks the poisoned wine and then, you know, starts foaming at the mouth.
Wattlebird.
Having that line "let me rip you" is creepy as hell. It really is. This basilisk is creepster. Hey Percy, you still don't seem to care that your sister has gone missing, but... Whoop.
Huh?
Yeah, you should go check that out. Who knows what that was? Sup guys, I'm back. Buy more stuff. I could be saving your sister, but like... You know, I want to buy stuff.
Ah, Archibald Alderton. Now.
Famous for blowing up the hamlet of Little Dropping in Hampshire while attempting to magically mix a birthday cake. Wow.
There's a man who knew about explosions.
Oh, okay.
This Beatrix Bloxham card.
Author of The Toadstool Tales, a series of children's books since banned because they have been found to cause nausea and vomiting. Oh. Well, that's alarming.
Beatrix Bloxham. If only we had her talent. Apparently one of her readers was continuously sick for 3 whole weeks.
How much is this famous Witches and Wizards card?
30 Bertie Bot.
No doubt you'll soon be completing your collection, Harry.
Mirabella Plunkett, famous for falling in love with a merman in Loch Lomond while on holiday. When her parents forbade her to marry him, she transfigured herself into a haddock and was never seen again. So, the Little Mermaid, sort of?
How much is this?
That's...
Greta Catchlove, author of Charm Your Own Cheese.
one of our spare cards.
Flane?
Completing your collection, Harry.
How much is this fame?
No doubt you'll soon be completing your collection.
Will I? Because it seems like there's a lot of these. Hesper Starkey, witch who studied the use of phases of the moon in potion making. She looks like the stepmother from Cinderella. Look at this bendy key. Hey, what is this? What is this question mark? I have questions. What is this supposed to be? Like, what goes here? We have 73 wizard cards, by the way.
Collection, Harry.
How much is this famous Witches and Wizards card?
30 Bertie Bott's every flavour beans.
Jacunda Sykes, famous for flying across the Atlantic on a broomstick, the first person to do so.
Feel free to keep on browsing.
I don't have enough to buy more cards, so I guess I shall leave. Goodbye. Bye. Brianne's, that's very dark. Okay. I guess I just realized that there's no hospital wing that we can go to, so we can't even visit Hermione. So I'm not really sure where she's supposed to be, because there is no hospital wing in the game. So If you die in battle in the Game Boy Color version, you revive in the hospital wing? Oh, that makes sense. Oh my goodness. Hello again. Neck friend.
Let me rip you.
Upsetting. Alright, I'm gonna save. Just like to make sure. Alright, well, the Chamber of Secrets. Myrtle just chilling.
Oh, it's you, Harry Potter.
Yo, Dooms, congrats on the shiny. Exciting.
Oh, it was dreadful. It happened right here. I didn't because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was crying when I heard someone come in. It was a boy, and he began speaking a different language. I went to tell him to go to use his own bathroom, and then I died.
But how?
I just remember.
They really couldn't get any of the actors to voice these characters.
Where exactly did you see the eyes?
Over there. By the
Also, where's
Sphinx.
Ron? Is he gonna show up with Lockhart? Oh no, he's just standing there staring.
Something in parcel tongue. But go on, Harry. Okay then. Open up. English.
English? Oh god. Okay. Where's the Lockhart? He's supposed to be here too. I guess he's just not here because they never did the storyline where Ron's wand breaks and backfires. They just kind of skipped that completely. So. Like, this doesn't follow the story at all. We're missing some big chunks of the story. Okay. We're here now. Jeez, and Ron is not here. So I don't know what spells I'll need, but I probably am not gonna need Diffindo. I'm sure Child Keto is less jaded and thrilled to play Harry Potter. I still think it's a good game. It's just like, yeah, it doesn't really follow. Doesn't quite follow the story. But again, having the open world castle was such a cool thing to me. And it still is. I love the secret passageways. I love that you can pretty much like walk anywhere. Like, it was very cool for the PS2. At least for me.
Ginny?
Oh, the most dramatic pose.
She's still alive, but only just.
Listen to him. He sounds evil.
You've got to help me, Tom. We've got to get her out of here. There's a basilisk and it could be along at any moment.
The basilisk won't come until it's called.
He just sort of looks like Goyle to me.
Ginny's like this. She's been writing in the diary. My diary for months. I grew stronger and stronger on a diet of her deepest fears until I had enough power to start pouring a little of my soul back into her.
What do you mean?
Ginny Weasley opened the Chamber of Secrets. She daubed threatening messages on the walls and set the Serpent of Slytherin on the mudbloods and nearly headless Nick.
No!
I'm afraid so.
No.
Ginny told me all about you, Harry. So I decided to show you my famous capture of that great oaf Hagrid to gain your trust.
You framed Hagrid!
Yes, but you, Harry Potter, how is it that you managed to defeat the greatest wizard of all time?
Why do you care?
Yeah, the snake only attacked one person and one ghost.
I am Lord Voldemort, the
Oh,
greatest
shit!
sorcerer in the world.
Sorry to disappoint you in all that, but the greatest sorcerer in the world is Albus Dumbledore.
Dumbledore's been driven out of Hogwarts by the mere memory of me.
He's not as gone.
Tom sounds like the type to have a very obnoxious coffee order. Okay, what would Tom Riddle's coffee order be?
Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter.
Oh boy. This music? Hey, buddy. Yeah, Fox. Free sword. Get him, Fox. It is very dramatic music for this scene. I need that. Hey, can you not, like, do that? Look at my buttons. Just sword, sword, and sword. That's all you got.
Die, Harry Potter.
Ginny, so dramatic. Oh! Oh, here he comes. Oh, hey. I don't remember how to do this. I know that there's a weak spot on the throat, but I don't know. It's like a beam. It's weird. Yeah, it's sort of like this electric shock thing. So it's like, woo! So we have to hit the snake. But where did it go? Oh, hey, buddy. Ah! Oh. Oh, no, Harry, you gotta actually, you gotta, you know, aim at the snake, ideally. Fear the beam! You guys remember when this happened in the book? Because I do. Oh, and how the sword flies away? I remember that too. Where do you even go? Oh, I can't, the camera is not allowing me to see where the sword went. Ow. Where is it? Once a choir starts singing in the background, you know things have gotten serious. Things won't get serious until the next game. Rude. Rude, Danger Noodle? This is a very Sephiroth battle in terms of music. Alright, SNEK. There you are. Hey, buddy. Look at him. He's like, eh. Yeah, the snake part never bothered me. The spider is so much worse. That is a tongue, sir. Hey, buddy. Hey. Come back here. When Harry shot Emperor Palpatine Force Lightning from a sword. Yeah, I love that part. Do it.
Kill him.
Hello. Okay. Well, oh, hello. The sword went flying yet again. Can you... If the ceiling could stop trying to murder me... Oh, there it is. There it is. I'm glad it glows because I would not see it. otherwise.
Still smell
It can still smell me, but the thing is, the falling ceiling is a much greater threat to me than this giant SNEK. Sorry to tell you, Voldy. Hey, come back here. Glad he has a tattoo on his neck to show his weak point. Yeah, me too. It works out. Maybe that's where Voldemort got his idea for tattoos for the Death Eaters. I was like, well, the snake has a tattoo, so like maybe should we have tattoos? The sword has been flung. I love how it's right in front of Voldemort and he's just like, yeah, you can come up here and take it, I guess. Hey, thanks. He does nothing. You sort of sounded like a balloon when you let the air out of it. No.
Harry, oh Harry, I wanted to tell you. It was me, Harry. But I swear I didn't mean
You could have told me all the times that I saw you being sus outside the bathroom.
Finished. Come on, Ginny. Let's get out of here.
We did it. Yeah, that fight's so much easier than the spider fight. Not nearly as long. He only drinks lactose-free goat milk in his coffee with pumpkin spice out of season, 5 pumps of espresso, and no sugar because a bitter bitch. That is the perfect Voldemort coffee order. Very accurate. Well, I guess Hermione's fine.
Harry! Ron! Hermione!
Ron! It's not that far away.
How are you feeling?
A lot better now, thanks. I'm really disappointed.
We didn't even
With all
see
that's
her
happened,
petrified.
Professor McGonagall has cancelled this year's exams. I was really looking forward to doing all of that revision.
As you can see, Harry, Hermione's made a complete recovery.
Tim, thank you for the clip. Voldemort
Anyway,
deflates.
Did you know that the House Cup is about to be awarded? The presentation's in the Great Hall.
Yeah, I hope we've got enough house points to beat Slytherin. I'd really love to see Malfoy's face if we managed to do it 2 years in a row.
Well, when you're ready, Harry, we'll go in.
If you do not have enough points to secure the House Cup, there's still time. Explore and excel at all the challenges throughout Hogwarts and you'll be rewarded.
Oh, Harry, I'll never forget what you did for me. That was so amazing.
I mean, I think we're good. But I still don't understand what is the point of this broom cupboard. We may never know.
Can't get in there.
Also, we never managed to get into Filch's office, although I don't know if you can. I'm not sure if you can. I am curious. I just want to see if Fred and George have their shop open. or not, because I'm curious if you could actually, like, keep buying stuff.
Hey, Harry, that was brilliant. Opening the Chamber of Secrets and everything. I know I couldn't have done it. Actually, if it wasn't for you, I'd still be stuck behind that tapestry.
I'm telling you, this looks more like Neville, but we've seen Neville a couple times, and it was a different model. He had, like, spiky hair in the back, which was odd. So we don't get any of Lockhart's ending at all. And why he won't be returning next year. We get nothing. He was barely in the game. He was. Yeah, Snape wasn't either. You learn the Scourge spell in the Game Boy Color version by reading Filch's Quickie spell letter. It's completely optional, though. Interesting. That's kind of neat. You said earlier that Ron's wand breaks and it hurt... Hi, Nick. And it hurts him when he attacks sometimes? I mean, that's kind of a... It's kind of a cool idea, but it would be super annoying. I guess he doesn't want to talk to us. He's just gonna float here. Sir? Okay.
Wattlebird.
Fine.
Flibbity gibbet.
Ha! They are here.
Take a look around, Potter.
I mean, I saved your sister's life. I feel like you could give me some wizard cards for free. I'm just saying. Just saying. Although, oddly, the wizard card is gone. And it's just, like, balloons and stuff? That is strange. Why did they take the wizard cards away? Especially since you can still do, like, mini games and stuff. Hi, Hero. It's horrible, especially in boss fights where he knocks himself out and you need to use your good spells. Oh, no. Like, again, it's a neat idea. I see what they were trying to do, but that would be super irritating. I feel like if they're gonna do that, you'd almost have to buff him. Like, there would have to be a positive to go with that, because otherwise it's like, I don't want to use him. And I don't know, maybe you have to have all of them in your party at all times. I haven't played it, so I don't know how it's set up, but... Yeah, it would make sense if he had really good stats or if he could do something unique that the others couldn't. Like, I don't know, summon the flying car or something. To kind of balance out that Bane, because otherwise that's pretty rough. All right, I'm gonna save. All right, let's do this.
We come to the end of another most eventful year at Hogwarts. And so, for their many achievements and outstanding commitment to the school, it is with great pleasure that I present the House Cup to Gryffindor.
Ah, Hermione. That was a scary face. Love to see Draco sneer, though. Such a surprise. You can lose, though, which is kind of funny.
Ginny!
I feel like you should have been reunited with Ginny probably
Harry
like
told them
before
everything.
this.
For nearly a quarter of an hour, he
But
spoke
okay.
into the rapt silence. He told them about hearing the disembodied voice. How Hermione had finally realized that he was hearing a basilisk in the pipes. How he and Ron, following a hint from Hagrid, had followed the spiders into the forest. That Aragog had told them where
Ron
the
really
last
didn't,
victim
though,
of the
until the last
basilisk,
second. Also,
50
they almost
years
died in the
before, had
forest.
died. How he had guessed that Moaning Myrtle had been the victim, and that the entrance to the basilisk's lair, the Chamber of Secrets, might be in her bathroom.
But how did you all get out of there alive?
Well, it all had to do with loyalty and friendship. And
Wow.
courage. Harry, you can't forget that. Yes, and courage too.
Professor
beans
Dumbledore
were the
explained
friends
that
we made
50
along the
years
way.
ago, Lord Voldemort, as the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, had enchanted his diary, and that diary had enchanted Ginny. For it was Lucius
Also,
Malfoy
Hagrid,
who
we
had
killed your
granted Tom
spider. He
Riddle's
was a
diary on
dick.
hapless Ginny Weasley. And as for Harry, well, once again,
How did the Weasleys not, like, take Ginny out of Hogwarts after this? Also, oh my gosh, well, title screen, I guess. Also, in the first one, I mean, Ron, Hermione, and Harry go down the trapdoor and do all that stuff. I'm just like, how are the Weasleys cool with their kids being in mortal peril all the time? Your party members swap in and out all the time. Can't have Hermione when she's petrified, for example, or Ron when he's trapped with Lockhart. You get Ron a lot more than Hermione, though. Ron's pretty mediocre.
If Harry Potter...
Oh my gosh, we don't need to see that. I'm just gonna leave it on the load screen so it doesn't do that. They have lots of spares, damn. Well, I'm gonna just, that's loud. So that was Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets on PS2. I think it still holds up. There's a few frustrating things, you know, I mean, it's of an era where certain things can be a little frustrating, but overall, I still enjoy the game, and I think it's pretty fun, even if it's not completely accurate. We didn't 100% it, but we got a lot of the wizard cards. We did the side quest, so I feel pretty good about that. I didn't really feel like doing all the mini games. So, unlike the GameCube one, which just does not hold up, the GameCube one is hilarious, but also not actually fun to play. Just because of the camera and everything. And I'm just thinking of some of those fights with that camera and the controls being more finicky, and that does not sound like a good time. Dobby was not existing. Yeah, Dobby, like, didn't exist in the book. Or in the game. But neither did Lockhart, really. So, you know. Or the beans. How would you ever buy anything? Yeah, that's another thing, because it was so easy to get hit in that game, and it would actually knock beans out of you. Whereas in this one, thankfully, there's only one enemy that can knock beans out of you. So it's a lot more forgiving in that way. But yeah, I don't know how you would have in the GameCube version, because I was constantly losing them just from getting hit. So, because it was very easy to get hit. So yeah, I don't know, but for me, this is the better version. So we'll be starting Prisoner of Azkaban on Thursday.